Turn down the volume here. Just a second as I get everything set up here. I hope you can hear the beatbox box. Just trying out different sounds here. And this thing is really slow today, so I am just waiting. Some dropped frames here. Is this going to stabilize? Let's see. Hello, Pay. I am still trying to get things set up here. I don't know if you heard the beatbox, unfortunately. But good evening to you. Just decided to stream a little bit late today. I wasn't sure if I was going to stream at all. But then I thought, what the heck, you know, it's Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. Just waiting on YouTube right now. It's always YouTube. Damn. Twitch is ready. I'm ready. Everything else is set up. Primo. El primo. ¿Qué más? ¿Cómo va todo? Impressive. No, not at all. Trust me. Not even close. It's very primitive beatbox. Ya casi estoy alistando todo. Ahorita muestro el dibujo. Me toca en Spanglish el stream. I'm not sure how I feel about this drawing though. I have to be honest. I wish I would have picked a larger composition for her face. For sure. But you live and you learn. No big deal. We'll figure it out. Okay, what? But can you feel the love tonight? Dun, 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 dun. It is where we are. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Does anyone know that song? Bonus points if you do. Almost there. All right, let me get this ready here. Oh, I need to get the trash. Copy this, copy and paste. Okay, I think this is working properly. I hope. Lion King song, it is. Originally by Elton John. I think it's called Can You Feel the Love Tonight? And probably one of my favorite songs from the 90s. I think highly underrated. Okay, I think we are in business. Now we gotta figure this over here. Okay. Right there, I think it's good enough. Now we get the art supplies. Here they are. What do I need here? 2H. Hey, are you gonna stream tonight? Are you finished with those errands? I'm not giving up on this yet. Even though I have the urge to do so. Okay, so all right. I have to get kind of serious with this. The hair is also kind of tricky because there's so many like tones in her hair. Okay, let's draw some of the hair. The hair is going in so many different directions. It's so loud. Hopeful Doodles. Hello. I'm doing good, I think. I'm happy that it's Friday. How are you doing? Are you feeling better? I'm happy it's Friday as well, yes. Another rough day at work. Man. Do you want to talk about it? Feel free to vent here, live on stream. Currently, I'm having a rough time here with this drawing, to be honest. Just gonna pay attention to the big shapes. I won't be streaming for too long today, but I just thought, I'll turn the camera on and step in for a few hours. I just felt long day at work. I had a lot of paperwork to do. That damn paperwork. That is kind of annoying. Maybe it felt long because it was Friday too. And Friday is the accumulation of the week's work, the routine. What happened with the music here? How was your day? It was pretty uneventful, I would say. I didn't do a ton. I recorded some reactions before going live. Um and what else did I do? Yeah, I did some errands here and there. I'm gonna do my laundry in like an hour. So I set the alarm. I'm gonna wash my laundry. What else? Not much. I've been studying the trading, like the stock market. I'm going back to that, so I don't know how I'm going to manage my time with the live streams here and the trading. Okay, I think that should do it. I'm trying to fix the playlist right now. Do you have the weekend off, Doodles? Okay. I recently changed my work schedule and have weekend off. That's cool. That is good news, I would say. So if you have the weekend off, right now, Friday night should be like the best feeling. At least that's how it is to me. Especially before when I had to work Monday through Friday and then it was Friday afternoon, Friday night, and that was the best. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Do you have any plans? Or you're just gonna take it easy? Definitely rest and relax and find motivation to do art, do art, and stream again. You will find it. It will come to you. And when it does, we will be ready. It's just a matter of time. Also, congrats on your country tying with Spain at the World Cup. That was pretty cool. Really unexpected. There's been a lot of surprises here with this World Cup. It was awesome. I didn't see the game, but I heard it was pretty awesome. There's been so many games. It's like impossible to watch them all. That was a highlight of my week. I watched the game. I'm sure the people in your country must have been over the moon. I don't typically watch soccer. it comes up a lot where I live because I'm in Colombia, so you just see it all the time everywhere in like restaurants, establishments, people's homes and stuff. I don't I don't follow it that much. I think I prefer watching basketball, but it's the World Cup, so I'm watching these games. It is one of the few times that the world is kind of united. There's a game happening right now, Brazil versus Haiti. Yes, that was just starting when I began the stream. US won 2-0 with Australia. I saw that, an own goal by the Australian. The US is doing really well with soccer this year. Could it be the year that they win it all? Could happen. You never know. I'm usually rooting for the underdog, so right now I hope that Haiti wins against Brazil. That would be historic. I don't know, I'm not rooting for them, to be honest. Are you rooting for anyone? Underdogs is what I'm rooting for them. Yeah, in all of these games, I'm rooting for the underdog. Colombia against Uzbekistan. That was a pretty good game. It was kind of close. I mean, Colombia won 3-1, but I felt it was pretty close until the end. Yes, I agree. I was sweating. It's funny how that works, right? It's just like, you put the game on and you start casual about it. At least that's how it works for me. I'm like, okay, something to watch right now, relax. And then you get invested in it. You're like, oh my god, all right, come on. And you get so into it. And it's just human nature. And right now with betting, people are really into it. I wouldn't recommend betting at all, but people are doing it. I think that takes the fun away from it, though, because if you're betting, then it's almost like you're forcing it and you're not enjoying it as much just because you want to make money, right? And the whole point is that's the thing, when you're watching a soccer game, it's that you can forget about all your troubles, about work, about taxes, about student loan debt, about, you're running low on rice and cereal, that type of thing. So you're just kind of sitting back and watching people kick a ball. But if you start betting, then it gets too stressful. So no betting. No betting for me. Yeah, I'm not betting. I feel this year is different. I think there will be a lot of surprises, for sure. Grabbing water? Yes. See if I can create some type of magic here with this drawing and make it look at least interesting. Posey, good evening to you. How was the Bob Ross painting from yesterday? I tried to stay as long as humanly possible, but my eyes, they needed rest. This hair, man. So many values. Good rest is important. It went well. Slowly getting the hang of oils. Oh, that's right, you're working with oils. They're tricky. But I respect the fact that you're trying to follow along with the Bob Ross painting, like as is, by the book. I tried to use oils in college when I went to art school, but since I was a commuter, you know, I would travel to school, and oils, like, they never dry. So I remember a few assignments, like, I would try to shield and protect the painting and the work, but it just ended up, you know, rubbing against something, and it would ruin it. Soiled it. So I said, you know what, I'm not doing oils. But for landscapes, it's very effective because of its ability to blend, right? Especially like sky, like clouds, stuff like that, water. It's way easier to blend and make it look natural compared to like gouache and acrylic. No, makes me wonder, are there special cases for oils? There probably are. By the way, an ad is coming soon. I'm getting the message directly from Seribot. What I would do is I had like a painting palette that was in a box. Like it was like a wet painting palette, kind of like the one Pei uses. And so it had a lid and everything. And if it was a small painting, I would store it in there, and that would help, as opposed to just, you know, putting the sheet in like a notebook or something. So I'm trying to figure out the waviness here of the hair. Again, it doesn't have to be exact. I'm just gonna wait for the ad to end. The ad break is finishing now, right? Happy to share laundry is done. Happy to share laundry is done. Couch is 100%. Couch. Did you paint the couch? Trying to follow here. Maybe it's some sort of inside conversation. Speaking of laundry, I have to do my laundry in 1 hour. Inside conversation. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. This song is pretty intense. I was telling Helpful how my laundry is never done and lives on the couch, and she said we need the sitting space. Ah, okay. You just put it in on the couch? Interesting approach. I feel like that would motivate me to do my laundry even more. If I see it laying down in the couch. Like, wait a minute, this is not supposed to be here. Exactly. I also said that I wasn't going to come visit her because she only had 50% couch. 50% couch, 50% laundry. It's a balancing act. Hey, Cozy, did you... I forget where you're from. I think you're... Northeastern United States? Better than the closet in a pile. True, because the closet, that's where you keep your clean clothes. So that would be kind of weird if you have clean clothes like hanging, and then at the bottom you have the dirty clothes, and then the stench starts to build up. It's like an invisible smell, and then it moves up, right? Warm air rises, as they say, and then it infects the clean clothes. Southwest. Oh, so the complete opposite. Southwest. I'm thinking like Southern California, something like that. It's hard for me to visualize Western states for some reason. Like New Mexico. Texas is kind of in the middle. Like Midwestern. I forget. I haven't been in the US in many years, so. At a kid and working out, that stink is real. It seems like you have your hands full. That's about right. I can't imagine taking care of a kid. Can barely take care of myself, But it would be a huge motivation for sure. It's like, what else are you gonna do? You're gonna take care of your kid. It's crazy how this is my worst drawing yet. How does that happen? How am I going downhill quickly? Motivation to keep doing good for real. George, do you have any pets? I don't. They don't allow pets where I live because it's like a shared house type of thing. It's almost like a dorm. But I do enjoy pets. My family has pets. They've had them, just many pets throughout the years. So I'm familiar with dogs. I get along with pets, except for that one time that I got bit by a dog, but that was the only time. It is truly my worst. I kid you not. It has to be. Well, my worst drawing that I've done on stream. Off stream, then there's many, but it's like difficult to make the details because it's a small size. So that's why the others were working better. I will treat this as a learning experience. That was like a roar in the song. Are you gonna stream tonight, Cozy? Let's see. I love this one. Fun seeing long hair, makeup, and jewelry features, and yes, not sure what we'll do though. Well, you do like to switch it up. You go from, your personal paintings to Bob Ross on Thursdays, I think, and then you do some digital. I like that hybrid you were doing with the Pokemon. And then, were you making pixel art at some point? So you work with different mediums. Maybe you could do a portrait. Give it a try. I think at some point we should have like a collaboration here on Twitch with people that, you know, we get together and we try to draw the same thing in our own styles and see how it turns out. It's like, okay, you know, this week we're all going to draw Shrek and see how it goes. I was in some Pixel. That was over a month ago. Great memory. I thought so. I actually have like a very selective memory. It's not very good. Just remember random things. I really love your streams, Cozy. If I went to school with you, or if I could, I would totally be your friend. We would all be. We are essentially friends with Cozy. We are Twitch friends. I think, if I can say that. Or Twitch. What Twitch associates? Twitch co-workers? Hmm. Your pun game. Friends now. Hello, Toast. Welcome in. Have you had your cheese bread today? This arm looking a bit thick, or is it just me? I went to doctor yesterday and he said it isn't very healthy eating 13 cheese breads every other day. I'm sure of it. Maybe you have to cut down. Sarai, ¿cómo estás? Feliz noche para ti. It's a good idea every now and then, but then if you overdo it, then you're taking away the satisfaction of like the reward. I think it happened to me with ice cream. I used to go to this restaurant every day because it was a nice walk, you know, like a 20-minute walk from my house. And gracias, Sarai. But then near the restaurant there's the mall, and I used to go every single time after I had lunch. I would go into the mall and get an ice cream, the 2-ball, like 2 scoops. And so after a while I was like, this is not rewarding. I can't keep doing this. Because then you train your mind that this is normal, and then any other time when you have ice cream, it's going to not be that great. Does that make sense? I need sources for this. We want to double check. So I went and I picked another Prime account of cheese breads. Stop it. My pun game is the same in real life. I wish I could co-stream with you, but you're busy and your stream schedule. I am sleeping. Yeah, because Cozy generally streams at night, deep into the hours of the night. While I think Doodles, you stream in like the afternoons, midday, something like that. This is a reasonable amount. Yeah, 5 is way better than 13. Maybe one day for Cozy I can be a zombie and stream her time. We could try it, or you could compromise the two of you and pick a time in between. George, if I were gonna draw the same subject together, I will be on time. If we were gonna Oh, like if we were to pick it on the same stream and do it? What would be the subject though? What do you guys think? Something that would be accommodating for everybody. Like I say, I'm gonna go with Shrek. It's hard to get a group of people to agree on one thing. What about the cat in Shrek? Cat in Boots. Voiced by Antonio Banderas. That could be it. People like cats for sure. And it is from Shrek. I don't see why not. It's cute. Or we all choose a character from Shrek and draw it. We each ooh, that's, you know what? That's a good idea because there's so much to pick from. And it's very entertaining, I think, very fun. Somebody for sure is gonna draw Donkey, the dragon. Pinocchio. Puss in Boots would be so epic. I want to draw the begging face, yeah, with the hat as he puts the hat like this, the eyes get gigantic. Isn't the new Shrek movie coming out? I think so. This year. There's a lot coming out this year. I think another Toy Story movie. What else? All the eyes sparkles. Interesting for the new Toy Story is against iPad kids. Yeah, the villain is an iPad, that's what I heard. It's like they're going with the times. It feels kind of weird, but it would be a good lesson for the kids. Toy Story versus tech. I wonder, I actually wonder how the toy industry is being affected by technology, because back in my day, we used to buy physical toys. Like, I remember the Max Steel toys, right? You got like the Terminator and the the Hero and all of these. Also Hot Wheels. That used to be so big back in the day. I don't think people are buying Hot Wheels anymore. They're just spending money on all these like game apps. These like battle games on the iPad. Even like Barbies, if you think about it, has been around for so long, and now it's facing a crisis. Who's buying Barbies these days? I wish I could have toys that are accessible now when I was a kid. Yeah, for the nostalgia. We have about 12 Hot Wheels cars now, thankfully a bit cheaper. $2 at the grocery store. They are still that cheap. Huh. It's a treat for my daughter for being good at the store. I have a cousin. Yeah, I keep thinking nephew, but no, he's my cousin. And he was obsessed with cars for like a few years. And he knows so much. He knows more about cars than I do. Like 100%. It's impressive. He's around 9 years old now. It's really impressive how much information you could feed to a child. And they'll just learn it because they have unlimited space in their brain at that age. Good skill to have. Yeah, he's so like whenever we were driving like on the road going places, he would just keep pointing out different car models and like the brand, the year, the cost, everything, and I'm like, oh my god, please. Yeah, what was your favorite kind of toy growing up as a kid, Doodles? And anyone that is watching. Rolling! How do you do? Oh, you having a party there already. It's Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. Rolling, what was your favorite toy as a kid? Oh, this is a good song. I think mine, I actually still have it. Going back to Toy Story, it's Buzz Lightyear. I'm gonna say that one because I still have it. And I cherish it. It was like that, about a foot and a half tall Buzz Lightyear. You press the button in the back. The wings go like this. There's a little controller for the lights. They still sell like the exact same model 20 years later. It's a classic. To infinity and beyond. I wish I had that voice. That's Tim Allen. It's Tim Allen, right? Tim Allen for Buzz and Tom Hanks for Woody. I don't quite. Whoa, I don't quite remember, man. The messages. What the heck? We've got a raid. Hello, welcome in, raiders. What a surprise. As is with every raid, just never see it coming. Thank you so much for that raid. Saturn Flubs. Okay. Lurk in peace, Timothy. Thank you. How was your stream? What were you up to? Were you making some type of art? We're talking about favorite toys from childhood, and I'm going back to the messages here that I missed. So Doodle says, I don't quite remember because in Cabo Verde we were poor, so marbles and wood cars was our toys. Then one day my godfather gave me this kitchen set without the setup. It was fun, but the creepy dolls that was as tall as me was not my cup of tea. Ew, those dolls. My grandmother still has like a porcelain dolls in her house. Can't do it. I used to have the original Optimus Prime. It's my second best toy. My best toy set is an original He-Man and She-Ra, or what the tiger is called, with all the accessories. Wow. Blink, thank you. Am I not blinking enough? I forget to. Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Let me go back. Let me trying to catch up with the messages here. Yeah, shout out to Saturn for the raid. Who are you drawing now? Shakira. It's kind of tough. I'm in that stage where I'm like, maybe this isn't, you know. And hello, Riptide. Long time no see. Yeah, I'm so far behind here. Looks very good. Thank you. I think it's honestly, it might be my worst drawing that I've done live on stream, but it's all about the friends we make along the way here. If you don't recognize who he is drawing, get out. That may be a rule that we have to implement here. No, it's really actually hard to tell because it's a small photo and a small drawing, and it's not easy to recognize Shakira, so I don't blame you. Okay, I will stop spamming. Alright. Now I'm thinking about blinking. Yeah, Saturn, feel free to share any links or whatever you were working on. I gotta go, bye. Okay, bye, Tim. See you next time. I don't know how well known Shakira is. I obviously know her because I'm from Colombia and she's from here as well, so it's like, you know, my whole life I know Shakira, but I don't know, you know, people from around the world, how familiar she is. Nothing yet? Okay. I know the words to a song, but not know the name or who wrote it. Yeah, that happens. Agile. No! "30 seconds left of the ad, and you guys will be back. Thank you for telling me, Doodles. Hydrate from Tim from a while ago. Okay. Tim, if you're still here, this is for you. That was a short ad jail. I don't even know how the ads work. Because sometimes people, you know, they get the 3-minute ad. Other times, people don't get the ads, even if they're not subscribed. But yeah. I'm gonna grab some s'mores, Oreos flavor, BIB. Gotcha. Yeah, that sounds tasty. I used to have Oreos. I ran out. Gotta leave, but have a great stream. Thank you so much for the raid and tuning in. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day and weekend. Also, did Toast already manage to get enough for VIP? No, he didn't purchase it. He earned it, you know? I just thought it's about time. It's the only VIP that I have given out. Some of the VOD got muted because of copyright. Yeah, it's the music. It's that darn music rule. We need to abolish copyright music. Like, well, not the music itself, but the copyright action. We need some sort of hero. Who will go up against the big industry? It's actually getting worse because I do reactions to music on YouTube on the daily, and recently UMG, Universal Music Group, dare I say their name, is just kind of taken over, and they give 0 Fs for like everybody. They just don't care. So they don't allow monetization for most of the videos, which is unfortunate. But what can we do? Yeah, she usually plays music, so I think that's what it was. Yeah, it's not great at all. Yeah, Doodles, can you bring me some as well, if you would? And if you happen to stumble upon macadamia ice cream, I would appreciate it. That has become my new favorite flavor. Highly recommended. You should try it. Macadamia ice cream. It's like a combination of vanilla and coffee ice cream. Thank you for subscribing, Christy, over on YouTube. I am grabbing my Oreos from my kitchen. I'm not going to the store just for the ice cream. Well, that's disappointing, Doodles. I expected a little bit more, you know, considering it is Friday and we're kind of celebrating that it's Friday. Where is your weekend spirit? Now, I was considering giving Doodles the VIP, but without the ice cream, I'm afraid that's gonna set you back. Down the drain. Long day. Long week. Long life. Hopefully, right? Long life. It'll be okay, Doodles. Keep your head up. Just think about the World Cup. By the way, would anyone any updates on the score there? Brazil against Haiti? God, I hope Haiti wins. And there's another one after that one. Forget exactly who it is. That's a missed opportunity there, Doodles. Yeah, it'll come back though. Gonna get some eeps. Have a good stream. Thank you, Riptide. Hope you have a good weekend, like I said, and I will catch you next time. May the clouds be with you. Brazil 3-0. Oh, well. I mean, that's what we would have expected, but at least one goal, you know. And it's probably still early in the game, or has it been a long time already? Are they still playing? They're in halftime now, so maybe there is still hope that Haiti can score 4 goals. It's happened. It's happened before. I mean, not by Haiti, but it's happened. It's 8:40. I have to wash my laundry in 20 minutes. Somebody please remind me. Just type in laundry in the chat and I will know. By the way, where is Artixia? You know? I don't know. I don't know where she is. Well, wherever she is, we wish her well. I'm kind of all over here. Going there. I might just have to make the hair dark and then bring it out with the eraser, with the highlights. What kind of music do you guys listen to? Okay. This. I listen to variety Spanish, Cape Verdean artists too, Portuguese, French artists too. I'm all over the place. I'm curious to like know what Cape Verdean music is like. I'm assuming it's gonna be a little bit like Afro beats type of music. A lot of rhythms. I prefer English music. Do you have any artist in particular, Toast? There are many. There are many, many. I can share one example if you would like. Sure. I mean, I can't listen to it on stream because of the copyright, but I will listen to it on my own time. There are a variety within Cabo Verde also. Gotcha. I'm just thinking of like the overall vibe, because it is an island. And usually countries, that are an island, they're very festive. They're very joyful. Just today, I reacted to Tyla, and she's known as the queen of pop piano. It's a hybrid of like pop and Afro beats type of music. That's how I would describe it. If anyone is familiar with her music. And speaking of the World Cup, what has been your favorite song of this World Cup? Officially, they've had like eight or 10 songs. The big one is, of course, Die Die by Shakira. It's Shakira and another guy. I already forgot his name, but there are several songs. See, right now I have this dilemma. If I should make the background darker like it is now, go even darker, or... Well, I can't go light now. There's no way to fully erase this. So maybe I answered my own question. It's gonna be dark. Dark it is. Okay, I'll leave that for the end. I'm gonna stretch. Everybody stretch. Okay, we're back. No particular artist. Oh, sorry, I missed that message, Toast. Well, that just makes it very broad. I'm gonna go up on the contrast here. So I'm actually gonna double down on the background and it's gonna be darker. Here's a link so you can save it. Actually, can you whisper that to me, Doodles? Because it will get lost. It will get lost in the abyss of the chat. It was filmed in the capital of Cabo Verde. Okay. What is the population of that country? Okay, I whisper it. Gotcha. The population of Cabo Verde is approximately 530,000. It's a small country. It's a... Well, actually, like it's all relative depending on the size of the country. All 9 islands combined. See, in my head, I picture Cabo Verde to be like a very small compilation of islands. So 500,000 people might be a lot if you think about it. My city has the population is like 8 million where I live. One island is isolated and mostly used for salt and fishing and stuff. There are 10 islands. Are you from the capital, Doodles? From the main island? The island? Let's turn this a little bit. Actually, this arm. No, I think that's the right width. This is the song that goes all day, every day. I am not. I am from Sao Vicente, like Saint Vincent. What do you recommend about your country, Doodles? If I were to go there, what should I expect? Maybe the food? I'm assuming fish is gonna be very fresh, right? Like seafood. Mm-hmm. Okay. I like being covered in 4 layers of blankets. 4 layers specifically? That sounds like a lot, Toast. You're in Brazil. Why is it so cold in Brazil? I also like to be in blankets, but when it's cold. Well, even if it's hot, I like one blanket at least. It's nice and warm. Cold front. Okay. Well, I haven't been back in like 15 years, but food on beach in São Vicente is the best. The capital has a lot of dirty areas. So you recommend the coastline. Gotcha. If I ever become wealthy enough to travel the world, I will go to Cabo Verde. To as many countries as I can, why not? And I recommend that you all come to Colombia. Even if you don't want to visit me, just come. Just come to see the country, and I believe you will be pleasantly surprised.
Do you remember your dreams? What would life be like if we couldn't dream? In a universe,
I went to visit Colombia to check Shakira's statue.
what's holding you back?
I forget where that is.
Sometimes
I think Barranquilla, which is in the coastline. Very warm weather. It's like with any other country, there's a lot of differences depending on where you are exactly. So for example here, there's like, many different like states, let's say, or counties, and so people from Barranquilla, Cartagena, they're really different in terms of like lifestyle from Bogota, which is the capital, and it's very cold here. Not very cold, actually. No, I shouldn't. Very cold for people that are from the coast, but for me it's perfect weather.
wake up.
Oh, that's my alarm. I have to do my laundry. It's only gonna take a second. It really is. It's quick. São Vicente also has the best carnival, like Brazil does there. Laundry! You guys, the alarm beat you. I bet everybody here forgot. It's a very forgettable thing, right? That's why I set my alarm. So I have to wash the laundry, then I have to set the alarm 55 minutes after I take it out, and then I put it in the dryer. I'm explaining this like people don't know how it works, but Hey, we're just talking here. We're just hanging out. It's Friday. All right. I think laundry ate Cozy. I think so too. She's probably, deep underneath all that laundry in the couch. I hope she's okay. It's cool, George. All right. Well, guys, um, I will be right back. Hopefully you stick along. It's gonna take me 1 minute, so please stand by. And we are back. The ad break is finishing now. Perfect. I want to wash my dishes. Okay. I might as well do something too. I'm gonna watch Blade Runner later. It's a good movie. Haven't seen it in a while. We are so back. We get the Artixia. You are here. How are you? And my hair is... Do I need a haircut again? I see progress. Thank you. I am unsatisfied at the moment with this drawing, but it's okay. Hadn't seen you in a long time, Artixia. Alright, let's smudge that a little bit. Care to explain? Well, in terms of this drawing, I'm just not... I wish I had picked another composition. Could have been the same photo, but like a close-up. Because there's something about this that is not really clicking with me at the moment. But I'll try to make something out of it. Something interesting. I just got home from the hospital again. Oh man. Yeah, he mentioned something about that. I hope that he is better and that he recovers from whatever he has. It's not a fun time being at the hospital. But when you come out of the hospital, then it's like such a big relief, right? You feel grateful. I'm chopping up apples and putting sugar and cinnamon on it. That sounds tasty. Apples, yeah, with sugar and cinnamon. Cinnamon, yeah, cinnamon is a difficult word to say when you're, especially when you're younger. And I think it's hard to say really fast. Cinnamon. Cinnamon. I feel, could be wrong, that the stretched arm is slightly too rounded. This one? I still haven't worked on this yet. I'm like making my way down. Slightly too rounded, but you could be right. I'm actually about to get there right now. I'm just working on the other stuff. Where's the music? Thank you for your feedback. Let's see. Doom, 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 doom. I guess I'll beatbox while we get this song going. I messed up the beat. Keep in mind, I'm not a professional, so what you see is what you get. Get. Can this song start already? There it is. Is it actually? Okay. Not in the hospital. It's a bit hard. She's 16, but ended up crying about wanting to come back home. So I'm a bit, you know, I'm a softie. So she got homesick. No, I definitely wish I could beatbox even better. The talent is so high right now. The type of beatbox that I react to. It takes a lot of practice. And wait, I have this one here. Anyway, I'm happy to be able to see you, George. Likewise. Glad to see you back on here. And I hope that your days is better, considering the circumstances, but let's see that beatbox round 2. Oh, it will have to wait, since we got the music back. Very good beatbox. Thank you, but it's really not... I wish I could play some beatbox. At some point I will. I will play it from people that are legitimately incredible at beatbox. It's music, it's just straight up music. I'm going crazy with the smudging here. That should be a redeem. I did think about it, but like I said, it's not the level. It would be a disappointing redeem. Doodles! Oh, how I've missed you, says Artixia. Wait, who are we talking about? Sorry, I came in late into the convo, but of course, if you don't want to tell me, I understand. Okay, yeah, it's Doodles. I think Artixia is like a family member, something personal. Wow, I just got a notification from Facebook on my computer. I don't know why. I hadn't seen that in years. I turned that off. Let me see if I can... I don't want to see the notifications from Facebook. Off. Okay. Okay. Brazil made another goal, I think. Now it's still 3-0, says Doodles. And I'm assuming they're in the second half. I was going boots and cats the other day. I blame the clouds. That's a good thing. If you can remember the clouds, it's a good day. Boots, cats, skits. This is like the most basic. skits. And then you start to get the layering on there with melodies and stuff. Okay, so I was smudging over here because the background needs to blend a little bit more with her. Yeah, I don't like to quit. I'm very determined. Llegaste, Artixia, yes. Estamos hablando de Artixia el miércoles, preocupados por su ausencia. Me tenían bajo el látigo. No me engañan. Estabas en nuestros pensamientos, Artixia. Nos íbamos a ir a buscarte a Puerto Rico, es cierto. Ya está listando mi pasaporte. Snack is done. With the apples? You're making me hungry. But since this isn't gonna be a long stream, I think I'm as soon as I end, I'm just gonna go straight to dinner. And I always remember the clouds. Beautiful. Beautiful words. Oh wow. Drifting slowly away, contained somewhere out in space. How far away do you need to fly? Oh, I wonder. A full night sky with stars filling the starry skies. We could not believe our own two eyes, sparkling into a constant glitter of shimmer, a full bright light of guiding glimmer. And you guys are too poetic right now. What's going on? I'm getting this a little bit of like a warmth inside of my heart. Even had some clouds sort of nail design. That's just an homage at that point, a tribute. So I'm honored. Hydrate. Hidratación, que llaman. Gracias, gracias. Merci beaucoup. Okay, so now that I've blended everything, it's going to look a bit grayish, right? All these tones like mixed together. So now I have to go back, get the highlights, get the darks. Saray, ¿cuántos días desaparecida para que vengan a buscarme? Sí, te extrañamos. George estaba así, pero lo disimuló. Estaba tratando de mantener la fortaleza, ¿no? Todo el mundo viéndome. Roses are red. Clouds can cause thunder. The blankets I am going under. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Toast. I now feel like we are in a support circle of some sorts. Mantener la calma. Yes. And people getting inspired tonight. What's going on? Love is in the air or something? Or maybe it's the 5G towers. Or 6G, I don't even know what they're up to now. Es porque soy mod. Control. Todos tenemos que respetar a los mods. Okay, like that. And now I will go in with a dark pencil. Esta canción, dubstep. Es como melodic dubstep. Me recuerda un poquito a Skrillex. The good old days of EDM back in like 2011, 2012. Good years. Let's see, what are the years that stand out to me? Of course, 1995, the great year of my birth. And then after, I would say 2000, people were getting scared that the world was going to end. You know, the Terminators were going to take over. After 2000, 2004 was a big year because I moved to the United States. A lot of sports going on. Talk about like climate change and stuff like that. Then 2009, the recession in the US. After that, 2012, because again, people thought the world was going to end, the Mayan calendar and all of these predictions. Then 2016 came around, and that was the best year, maybe of my life. Super eventful, college, just a lot going on. 2016, then 2020, the pandemic. It seems like it's every 4 years, honestly. 2020, the pandemic. 2024. I started the YouTube channel in 2023 though. But 2024, I started to see like the growth. And 2026, I'm gonna say this year as well is noticeable. Yeah, I hope your nephew gets better, Artixia. You remember these events? And I keep getting messages on here. What the heck? It's messages from some Patreon members over at patreon.com/GeorgeTheCloud. Okay. Where's the other one? Oh, it's 9:25. I have to get my laundry out at 9 in 30 minutes. Somebody remind me in 30 minutes, please. Just say laundry in the chat. That is the last chance you get to remember it. I graduated 2015 university. Oh, okay. That must have been a very awesome year then. I graduated in 2018 university. But 2018 for me was an exciting year, and also a very dark, ominous, devastating year. I'm being serious. Let's try to fix the face here. She was looking kind of puffy. You guys know what the best year for music was? I'm gonna say 1984. During the pandemic, since I had so much time and freedom, I decided to explore the history of music through the years, the decades, the different the genres and evolution. And I went all the way back to the 50s, and I think my favorite year for music was 1984. It was just stacked with so many people, so much greatness. And if we go to modern times, I'm gonna say 2009. I think was a big year. Why 1984? Because so many. Let me tell you why, brother. Songs from 1984. Starting with the 80s being the best decade of music. Best decade maybe in general because of the culture and everything going on. Like the different media, right? Movies, just like lifestyle and things like that, technology, but also music. So, man, this list doesn't even, but I'll tell you some of the songs that came out in 1984. Girls Just Wanna Have Fun, Cyndi Lauper. Wake Me Up Before You Go Go by Wham. Wake me up before you go go. Dun, 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 dun. Against All Odds by Phil Collins. Ah, man, I was gonna sing a little bit of that, but how can I just let how can I just let you walk away? Damn, okay, I forgot. Instantly I forget. I Just Called to Say I Love You by Stevie Wonder. Dun 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 dun. I just called dun dun to say dun dun I love you dun 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 dun. Jump by Van Halen. When Doves Cry, Prince. The Killing Moon by Echo and Bunnyman. That's not going to be well known, but it's a very good song. Footloose by Kenny Loggins. Ghostbusters. Purple Rain by Prince. But there's more. Give me a bigger list. Let's see. There's so many other songs that are from this era. Trying to remember which song got the award for the year. Might have been Beat It by Michael Jackson. Tina Turner, What's Love Got to Do with It? There was that collaboration, Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney, Say, Say, Say. Trying to give you more details of the songs. Like a Virgin, Madonna. Careless Whisper by George Michael. Then there's other random. We're Not Gonna Take It, Twisted Sister. Pride in the Name of Love by U2. Anyway, there's a big list. I just really like that year. Ooh, I got in just before the ad break. Because of Footloose. That was a catchy song. That's one of them. It's not my favorite from that year, but it's one. Yeah, the 80s decade is the best decade. For sure. See what's going on here. Oh, the song is ending. All right. Wake me up before you go. Dun, 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 dun. Now that's gonna be stuck in my head. See, I think my favorite songs from 1984, they don't even come up on the big lists. You kind of have to look for them. They're hidden gems. Okay, we're back. What is you guys' favorite year of music? I know that's very specific, but maybe you'll surprise me. Maybe you have a year that you're sure of. I like this one. I will skip. This is too emotional for right now. Oh wait, I'm playing oh my god, hold on. I'm playing like 2 songs here. No! That was a copyright song. I was like, what is happening? Hopefully I didn't catch anything, okay? I'm still live on YouTube. I was gonna react to that song later on. Silver, or wait, Sville Smash. It's a movie from the book of the same name. Welcome in. Thanks for hanging out. I think this is your first time commenting. I got so many tabs on here. Hold on, let me skip here. We're going to a different song. It's too energetic. I must preserve my energy here. Okay. So, I was working on the dark parts over here. I'm gonna have to start using the pinky technique because I don't want to smudge everything else. "1984" by George Orwell. I do remember that book. By a fellow George. We had to read that in high school. Trying to remember exactly. It was about like a dystopian society based on like censorship and stuff. Yeah, it's a very known book in the like the education system in the US. They have a lot of people read it in high school. At least that's what happened to me. But I don't remember it that well. I'm afraid. It's kind of iconic though. From what I remember, it was written way before 1984. It was just referring to 1984 as like the future. And then they made a movie from the book. Yeah, I think it was in the 60s. Oh, he also did he write War of the Worlds? He was a prominent author of his era. I just like I'm not a big reader at all. So I just remember hearing about him. But yeah, this guy was big. Not me when I read some like El Niño que enloqueció de amor, El Jockey, when I was Puerto Rican, and Don Quixote. Don Quixote, I know that name anywhere. Don Quixote might be like the Latin American book for the ages that everybody has heard of at least. Don Quixote de la Mancha. Do you guys remember when the Da Vinci Code came out? I think that was around 2012. Didn't read the book, but heard it was a big deal. And I think they made a movie from that as well. Let me squint here. I get kind of sleepy when I read. I'm more of a visual person or music. So whenever I would try to read back in when I had to in high school or college, I would just read like 2 pages and I would get sleepy. Maybe it's just my eyes. Tom Hanks, what an actor! You said it. Truly one of the best. He sold it for me in Forrest Gump. Just from that movie alone, from that performance, he should have won an Oscar for that. I don't think he did, but he should have. And he's the voice of Woody in Toy Story. We were talking about that earlier. He was the first actor ever to get COVID. That's such a fun fact, Doodles. Out of all the things Tom Hanks has done, and you remember him for that. But yes, I think he was vocal about it. That was the big debate back in the day. Oh, you should get the vaccine. Oh, don't get the vaccine. And people got divided over that. I am pro vaccines. If we're gonna talk about that topic. What? What a peek. That might have been random, but I had to say it. Yeah? It had to be said, and you said it. So the thing with vaccines is that as a human species, we have come a long way with medicine. And that has been a big game changer for why we are living longer and we are doing better, literally because of vaccines like polio and like, you know, the yellow fever and all of these, the different, what was the other one, what was the big one, the big vaccine? Well, anyway, sure, you can get side effects, you never know what's going to happen, but like 99.9% of the time, it's better to get the vaccine than not. And also, these people have been studying that their whole lives, right? It's like, who are we? That was my point when there were arguments about it during the pandemic. It's like, who am I to just say that I am against the vaccine because I think I know better? I don't, right? It's the scientists, the people there. And others were saying like, oh, you know, that's a sheep mentality. You're just following along. Well, what else can I do? What else am I supposed to do? I'm either going to take the vaccine and hope to prevent COVID or not take it and risk it. So I went with the vaccine. And I did get COVID, but that was before the vaccine. Of course, I remember him in movies, silly, but COVID stuff was a big thing back then. I was just, whoa, the Green Mile was also very good. The Green Mile. What was that movie where he was stranded in the island with Wilson? Based on a real story? Forget the name, but he was very good in that one. There was the ones with the Somalian pirates. Game is over, Brazil won. Was it 3-0? Well, it is what it is. It's tough. It's so, you know, pairing up Brazil with Haiti, that seems almost unfair. My brother-in-law used to refuse until COVID got him. He got vaccinated, but he had to live 3 years depending on oxygen. Oh, wow. Castaway, that's the name, yes. Yeah, Toast is happy that Brazil won, of course. It was to be expected, but we've gotten some surprises here with this World Cup. Yeah, I'm sorry that happened to your cousin, Artixia. I got a vaccine. I got the COVID in the worst possible situation. I think I told this before, but um, so I play basketball, and I sprained my ankle. I fell down, I sprained my ankle, and I didn't even go to the doctor or anything. I don't know why. It just my family's like, "Oh, you can recover. Here, just put some ice on it." And so I had some other family members visit me while I was laying down in bed, unable to walk that much. And so those families called me back like 3 days later, and we're like, "Yeah, we think we have COVID, so you might want to get yourself checked." And then I got it. And then my grandparents got it. And that was concerning. I think my grandfather was on the edge there for a bit. Could have lost him. It was a close one. And so I had COVID before the vaccines, right? So it was even stronger. And with a sprained ankle. No good. I got it from a student. Oh man, that would have spread a lot. I can imagine how that must have been like a huge deal for like elementary schools with kids, because kids are always getting sick, right? Kids are always spreading stuff and getting themselves into sickness. Laundry? Thank you. Close. Remind me in 8 minutes, please. Yeah, it was rough. It was rough for sure. But we got through it. We got through the pandemic. And here we are. Who would have thought, 5-6 years after the pandemic, I would be sitting here before you all on Twitch drawing Shakira. It had 20 minutes. Was it 30 minutes? Yeah, it was like I think it was 30 minutes when I said it. Essentially at 9:55, I need to get the laundry out. I almost started streaming in 2020. That would have been the time. This is what I'm saying. If I could go back, I would have started, streaming on Twitch in 2020 or the reactions on YouTube. That huge missed opportunity there, but what can you do? You don't know. You just don't know what's going to happen. I'm sure a lot of people did start streaming in the pandemic. And now they're doing great. If they decided to stick with it. The thing about success, guys, and who am I to even talk about it, but you have to be consistent with whatever you do. Remember these words from a wise cloud. Whatever you want to achieve, whatever you want to do, your goal, your dream, your passion, just keep doing it. Just do it. Just do it. Nothing is impossible. Don't let your dreams be memes. Just Do it. Just do it. That was my impression of Shia LaBeouf. I've heard that from others too. Yeah, the key is to be consistent. Something I haven't done here on Twitch. I'm taking my own criticism here, but I'm aware of it. Let's go here. I'm not one to talk. I haven't touched my drawing. If you want to do it, you will do it. But it's also understandable if you need a break. That's how I feel about this drawing. I mean, I'm serious. I feel like just letting it go, doing something else, but I don't want to give up. And so I just keep going. You got this. Sí se puede. Sí se puede. Sí se puede. I want to hear that chant in the chat. Sí se puede. I feel hungry and hyped at the same time. It's an odd combination. You can do it. That's from, where's that from? Happy Gilmore? Adam Sandler. Another good, I'm gonna say producer. Obviously, he's not like one of the best actors, but his movies are just like fun. Just like, you know, something casual. You want to kick back, you know, put something on that it's not gonna make you think. Just gonna have a good laugh. What do we want? Sí se puede. Who do we want? Sí se puede. Laundry now? Toast, you're early. It's in 1 minute. Food and drawings. I mean, I have the drawings. Not sure about the food though. Yeah, Toast. I said 9:55. You just gotta be cautious of the time there, you know. Don't want to be too early, but not too late. And that's another rule in life. 9:55. Okay, Thank you for laundry. Yes, thank you, Doodles. Yep, thank you, Toast. Okay, now it's please stand by. All right, all right. We are so back. So just remind me, guys, in 40 minutes that that I have to get the laundry out of the dryer. Just type laundry in the chat. I will know what you mean. Yeah, I'm like out of breath. I ran up the stairs. Speaking of food, I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna get something. Let's see. It's okay. Gonna make me fall over. 40 minutes? Yes, yes. If you happen to still be here in 40 minutes. Let me see what I'm gonna get here. Quick as heck. I'm back already. Number 1, banana. I give you the banana, chat. Man, it's kicking me out. No, no, no. I'm kicking you in. Well, this is the awkward part of the stream where I eat a banana live. And that's that. No clips of this, please. No shorts or reels, anything like that. He is. How dare him? What the heck is that emote? You just have emotes of people with bananas just laying around? Is that Andrea? How big is that banana? What the heck? I think it's the due to the perspective. It's Andrea, of course. It's a ripe plantain. Plantains are good, I tell you what. What's the deal with the bananas? Why do we do this? We peel the little things. Even monkeys do it. I've seen videos of monkeys doing it. They don't like it either. Yeah, close enough. That's a plantain. Ah, man. You know what? That is kind of funny. I hate those little things. Yeah, what is what's the deal? Like, what is their purpose on Earth? Mm-hmm. Actually, this banana was like perfect. I picked it in the right moment. So that is snack number 1. We are quickly moving on to snack number 2. Galletas Tosh. There. They're there. An ad break is coming soon. Perfect. Dame, dice Artixia. Okay. This one goes out to Artixia. Where's my camera? Yeah, just for you. Take a bite. Grab it. Firmly grasp it. This one is a fusion of cereals. Galleta multicereal con trigo, arroz, avena, maíz, almendras y linaza. No, this is I'm gonna have my dinner after I'm done with stream. This is just a snack, don't worry. Yeah, snack time with George. That's a new segment here on this channel. Snack time with George. Does that work? See, normally you would want it to rhyme with George or to have a G. But what would we do here? Like munch with George or something like that. I had a scoop of lavender ice cream. Lavender! Exquisite. I recommend macadamia. You know what I'm worried about? I am perpetually stuck at 115 followers. You're a fan of lavender. Scent, plant, and taste. I will make a note of that. I am stuck at 115 followers here on Twitch. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes back down to 115. It's like a cursed number. Wasn't there another soccer game going on tonight? Yeah, it happens. It's whatever. It'll be fine. I will survive. Snack break is over. So you know what that means. It's time to rock and roll, baby. Maybe when you get a bit more consistent, if you want to, of course, you'll see a difference. Yeah. You are right. That is the answer. I have not been consistent, and that is the flaw. Okay. I mean, I still have, like, the crackers all over my teeth. I don't know what the protocol there is when you're live on camera. All right. To the left, to the left. I typed in the sweetest way and you made it sound like a cranky old lady. I know. That's the joke. Ah, shit. All right. Okay. Yes. Ooh, I have an idea for the name of snack time. Hit me. La chancla. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Gobble with George. Gobble with George. Okay, I can see it. It's just whenever I think of gobble, the first thing that comes to mind is a turkey. Because turkeys, gobble. They're like, oh, is that the sound of turkeys? Come on, Jorge. Yes, I'm trying to gather the strength, the power within. But gobble with George, good on you for coming up with a word that starts with a G. Yeah, close enough. What the heck? See, this is why we have Toast as VIP. Incredible ideas coming from Brazil. On. Come eat. Ah, come. Come con Jorge. Did you, should that have an accent? Come con Jorge. Eh, eh, it rhymes. What if we do a hybrid? Come gobble with Jorge. No, but see, people know me as George. Come gobble with George? That sounds... Yeah, we might have to take it back. Okay. Okay, yep. That's... Yes. We'll think of something. I think, is the camera hiding part of my face? Okay. No. No! Michael Scott? No! God, no! No! I love Michael Scott. Maybe my favorite fictional character of all time. I don't know if you guys have a favorite character, but feel free to let me know. Michael Scott, though, that's similar to me. I feel like I would be like that. Yeah, time for the highlights. Hydrate? Oh, you're right. Tienes toda la razón, Sarai. Porque comí mucho sólido. Hopefully you don't... Did you see that? Did you miss that scar right there? Don't worry, I will be fine. It's just something that happened. Okay? That's that. Should have seen the other guy, huh? His build up. ¿Qué te pasó? No sé si lo pueda decir en stream, en vivo. Ah, bueno, okay. No, I'll tell you exactly what happened. Wait, does Orchid know about the dog incident? Oh, she does. That she does. Wait, you do, right? Yes. Pretty sure you do. Ya me dio curiosidad. Es el punto. Es el punto. Pero igual no es nada serio, tranquilas. ¿Me cuentas más tarde? De pronto. De pronto. Oh, I hadn't seen that message all day. From the Streamlabs. De pronto. De pronto sí, de pronto no. De pronto. Okay, guess the events. Sure, we can have a guess. You can try to guess what happened to my arm. Defended yourself from a bird. It wanted to take you away. Doodle knows how birds are. Kind of close. I don't think I've ever gotten attacked by a bird. There's been close calls, right? Where they fly low and you're in the way. Not serious. What? Yeah, you've never had that happen to you? Where you're, just walking at the park and then some birds, swoop down and they almost get you? I've ran away from hens. Oh yeah, hens are more territorial. Most domesticated birds are. They will give you a hard time for no reason. The thing is, man, the hand maybe should be higher. That's a lot to try to fix. Goose, yeah, goose, or geese are territorial. They are aggressive. When I lived in Boston, there were a lot of geese around the parks because there's like little ponds, and that's their house. A pelican nipped at my arm, wanted a taste of me. You have pelicans in Puerto Rico? That is cool. The first thing I think of when you say pelican, I imagine Finding Nemo in the movie, right? In that scene where the pelican like takes I think was it Dory and the dad, into its beak, and it takes them all the way to the dentist office. Something like that. Hoy terminas a Shakira. No creo, no creo, Sarai, no me está yendo muy bien. Nos estamos divirtiendo y sí, contando chistes y demás. Pero este dibujo, la verdad que F en el chat. Well, it followed me around and waited until I was looking away. They're big too, right? Yo quiero. mm, yo quiero terminar este dibujo. They are big. Very. Hmm. What is the biggest bird on Earth? Have you guys seen a shoebill? There's a scary looking creature. I'm a bit afraid of them now since that happened. I shall admit, yeah, you get the post-event trauma. No rushing greatness. Ostrich, tallest. Does an ostrich classify as a bird? I am questioning everything I know. You're probably right. That has to be the tallest. If it is a bird. Ostriches. Ostriches? Ostriches. Ostrich. Ostriches? What? How does that work? Ostrichi? Ostriches. They're very tall and they're very fast. And they are aggressive, I hear. I've seen them in real life in like zoos and stuff. And you just get the feeling that they will snap any moment. And they will charge at you. They're kind of like the equivalent of kangaroos, but for birds. But there's one, I forgot the name. It looks like an ostrich, but thicker. And like a dinosaur almost. Maybe the shoebill? Let me see if I remember the name. I think I know what you're talking about. The elephant bird? Is that the name? We're gonna do some quick research here on the channel. You never know what's gonna happen. We're looking at birds. It might be a bird that is extinct. I don't know why I'm thinking of elephant bird. Elephant birds are extinct, excuse me, extinct flightless birds belonging to the order Apior. Oh my god, this is the longest word I've ever seen. A what the? Are you seeing this? Look at this word right here. Apiornithiformis, that were native to the island of Madagascar. They are thought to have gone extinct around 1000 AD, likely as a result of human activity. I'm going to show some images. Viewer discretion is advised. These are nasty critters. They are like the big brother of the ostrich. If I can get this photo to load here. Still kind of small. Yeah, but there it is. Okay. Okay. There's somebody holding an egg over here. Very big. Yes. But they're extinct. They cannot attack us now. Or are they? Dun dun dun. Sometimes we think animals are extinct and they're not. They're just hidden. Like Bigfoot. I don't know what the big deal is. Like, why don't people believe in Bigfoot? It's easier to believe than not to believe. Or to not believe. Right? Shakira, Shakira. This part is a little bit tricky. It's a convergence of like a bunch of things here. Shoebills are big, but ostrich are like 3 to 4 feet bigger. That's right. Shoebills are like 4 or 5 feet tall. But ostriches, I think they can get to like 7 feet tall or more. And they're way stronger. You get kicked by an ostrich, you're done. Your weekend is ruined. Don't let that happen to you. Don't be the person that gets kicked by an ostrich because you want to take a selfie. When I interned at Museum of Science, they had bones of an ostrich for education. I think I've been to that same museum. It's fascinating. I agree. The whole month, even. Yeah, it's not a good look. Says the one who takes food out of a dog's mouth. Okay, where's the Where is the banning button on this? Is it a hashtag ban for ever? Space doodles, or how does this work here? Doodles with the burn! With the Friday burn! Coming out of nowhere. Man. Oh, I probably deserve it. I think I deserve it after that burn that I had on Panda yesterday. I would high five you, girl. What did you say? Soy inocente. Timeout. Timeout doodles for 35 days. Doodle speaks only the truth. The difference there, Doodles, is that when I was trying to take the treat out of the dog's mouth, it was in good faith. I was trying to be a good civilian. Whereas if you're trying to get a selfie with an ostrich, then you're not, you shouldn't. It's like those people that try to get selfies with bison over at the Yellowstone National Park, and they literally get like 10 feet away. And people underestimate the power of animals. And I guess that came with me. I should have. I think I did. I underestimated the power of a dog and the speed. Oh, this is a good song, I believe. There, dear George. Thank you, thank you. It won't happen again. Okay, let's work on this arm. Are we back? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? SOS. Won't you put my mind to rest? Yes. Yes, back. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think Doodles is messing around with my settings here, my computer. Odd. There's really odd stuff happening. Okay. Alright, we're gonna continue here with this drawing like nothing ever happened. Admit your sabotage and face the law. It's better to admit now than to not be able to admit later. That sounded kind of poetic, I have to be honest. That's something you would have heard on like Game of Thrones. Yes, thank God it wasn't major damage. I am back. Write that down, write that down. This is like final boss type of dubstep. Doodles, your burn was so strong it traveled through the internet, across the oceans, through time and space, all the way to my computer system, and into the OBS. It had rippling effects, that burn. I'm gonna feel that tomorrow. Powerful stuff. Remember not to cross doodles. I have that written down as in my agenda. Okay, when I'm gonna stream live, start the computer, get into OBS, open YouTube Studio, don't cross doodles, copy and paste this. I have it on my list. Laundry? Why, you're early. Remind me at 10:40, please. PM. The bell, somebody, I could picture like just a little person here next to me ringing some bell, not saying anything else, just ringing a bell. Yes, 2 minutes. I wish I had a personal chef. That's gonna be my first purchase when I'm a millionaire. Guitar solo, okay. Sure. Strong build up here. Yeah, in 2 minutes, doodles. In 1 minute. Bit cooking can be fun. I don't mind cooking. It's just I don't know much about it, but also it takes a long time. Laundry, say no more. Please stand by. So guys, please remind me in 30 minutes to fold my laundry. Just say laundry in the chat. I'll know what you're talking about. I love cooking. I did something. I did someday. What? I love cooking. I did someday to help with my depression. I meant today. Oh, okay. I find it fun with other people too. We should hang and cook together. Doodles. Oh, there you go. I enjoy plating too, like setting the plates. You're so far, girl. How are we gonna do that? But a shared stream? It's been 3 hours already. Are you folding clothes on stream? I could, but I don't think I will because people would not be as entertained. It's not as fun as eating on stream. You know, with the Gobble with George segment. Okay, so we're going on this left arm over here. A cooking stream, that would be interesting. I would just make cereal. Do you consider that cooking if I make cereal? Setting the food into the plate, I could do that. I could, maybe that would be my gig. Here I have to be kind of soft and delicate, right? So in 30 minutes I will... Oof. 30 minutes, it's getting kind of late. No, says Doodles. My heart. Cereal, oatmeal is cereal. Yeah, but do you consider that cooking, though? If I'm doing it in the kitchen, is that not automatically cooking? Oh, I see the thing here. Still no. What is the rule, Doodles? Anything food related that you're doing in the kitchen, I think you could classify as cooking. What's the problem? Are you talking about what cereal? You can cook oatmeal. No, I'm just talking about regular cereal. Like, I get the bowl, I pour the milk, then I put the bowl in the microwave for about 2 minutes. I take it out so the milk is warm, and then I pour the cornflakes, about 60%. Then frosted flakes, that's going to be 20%. And then the other 20%, it's like the, what would you call it? Yeah, like the healthy type of cereal that has the nuts and the different things. And then I just kind of mix it all together. If I'm lucky and I have a banana hanging around, I'll chop up banana slices or strawberry slices. And I call that a plate. No, that's not cooking. Oh my god. Unless you're making cereal from scratch, then counts as cooking. Secret family recipe, right? Yeah, you're hearing it live on stream. I'm not afraid to share the good food with the audience. Feel free to make this at home. You don't have to credit me. Yeah, I expect no royalties or any type of interest from you. Just make it. Don't make me say no in all languages I know. But I'm pretty sure like 90% of all languages, no is just no. Here's in English, no. Here's in Spanish, no. Here's in Italian, no. Here is in French, ne, ne, no, non. Totally cooking. Even heat involved. This is what I'm saying. There's appliances involved. Have to go from one station to the other. You got the spoon. You got different components. You're not seeing the full picture, doodles. And I'm disappointed there. Portuguese now. Yeah, see. German nin. Keep it going. Keep it going. You're lacking some respect for the cereal, doodles. And again, that's going to be 10 points off. That VIP is getting farther and farther away. Not cooking. Okay. All right. I'll just accept your answer and make a note of that. I love cereal. I'm having some tomorrow, actually. There you go. Cereal is serious business. Slowly working on this arm over here. I was gonna do some reaction videos tonight. I don't think I'll have time. Speaking of languages, time to practice my French in Duolingo. Those two ingredients recipe, why not cereal? George is even being a bike, adding granola and fruits. Bold. We're practicing French right now. Yeah, see that there's a lot going on with that cereal making. It's not as easy as you would expect. It's a difficult recipe. And sure, you may know the ingredients and the process, but to get it to perfection, it takes love and practice. So Doodles, what you're telling me is that you're going to have cereal tomorrow for sure. to some honey Cheerios, a classic. I remember when I lived in the US, they kept making the marketing and commercials for Cheerios. Like, they were trying to make it seem like it was the healthiest cereal. And it probably is healthy, but I just remember the commercials like really over the top. Like, this is for your heart. You need it. Gluten free. Even look at that. The healthiest type of cereal. Cheerios for your heart. Let's cheer for your heart. No way. Anonymous has gifted a sub-tier to Toast? I thank you, but Anonymous, make your presence known. A mysterious gifter. God bless your heart. Look at how many, oh my god. Toast, you have like 5 badges there next to your name. Wow. Because I have, I remember those. Oh, the commercials. I have a stomach issues. I can't eat every type of cereal. I remember you telling us about that. Amen. Yeah, thank you, anonymous gifter. Wherever you are, I send a big cloud to you. Isn't that an interesting thought? That I'm sitting here, you know, drawing live. There are some people in chat, other people prefer to lurk. That's fine. And other people prefer to gift as anonymous. They're just there. I don't know them. I don't know who they are, right? Like what part of the world they're from or what they're doing here. But they're just there. Almost like spirits, you know? That's how I see it. Yes, may the clouds be with you, of course. This week for Duolingo, after finish a lesson, you get World Cup team outfit. For tonight, I got Colombia. Let's go. It's meant to be, Doodles. The universe is telling you, you know, come to the stream. Be in the stream. Become one with the stream. Okay, maybe that's going too far. But you get my point. You were thinking the same thing. It's not by coincidence. I don't know if I believe in luck. It's more like probabilities. And whatever is meant to be, then it's meant to be and it will happen. Okay? Do we have another song here, or do I have to prepare another speech? The playlist is over? Wow. See, that's how you know that I've been here. Okay, let's go back here and see if we can get... So, oh, I was actually gonna try in Pay's stream the other day. She was putting this type of music. I hope that I can play it and that it... Oh, what is this? What are these things happening? Oh, hydrate. Oh, yes. Thank you. Complete the tasks. Just to switch it up here, what if I play this type of music? Just wait for it. I don't think you're ready for this. Loading. Please hold. Still loading. My god. If playback doesn't begin shortly, try restarting your device. No, we're good. Are you guys hearing this? Are you hearing this beautiful music? Very jazzy. Yes. It's like shopping music from back in the day. You go into the grocery store, that type of music. You're just calming it down, right? We had excitement here. We had, laundry and jokes and some research about birds. But now we're on that stage of the transmission here, where we are starting to wind down and we relax, and maybe we move on to maybe like a ASMR type of vibes, right? I don't even know if this is working or how you guys feel about this, but it's more or less my radio voice, that it's supposed to be more personal, more soothing, smooth, and maybe tingly for the ears. Artixia's upset. What is that? What is that emote? I don't think that's a good idea. Orchid will fall asleep faster. Damn. All right. I just thought I just have ideas, and I thought I would try them here for you all. And if you're not satisfied with my offerings, then maybe it's not enough. Cover your ears. Everybody left already immediately after I did that. Orchid Artixia is furious with the ASMR. My god. I feel like I'm inside one of those old movies from the 1930s. What? I am not. Okay. I may be the slowest artist on Twitch. I need to be more free, more whimsical, you know? I was just relating music. I cook with lo-fi at times. Oh, jazz at nights. Friday nights of jazz with George. Jacob, I had no idea you were so talented. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, my good sir. This isn't even, this actually may be my worst drawing on stream, but check this out. We had, the first one is Bruno Mars. Looks great. Thank you. Maybe some wine. Oh yes, we need wine here for the stream. And dim lighting. And Fujikazi. Michael Jackson. And Shakira. Okay. You like him, you like Bruno a lot. I know, Artixia. I'm curious, Jacob. What kind of reactions do you watch from me? What kind of music? This music also makes me think of my grandparents and the radio station that they play. That it's all melodies. So no vocals or anything like that. It's just gonna be all melodies. It reminds me of them. Absolutely stunning. Seriously, I appreciate that. Seriously, thank you for hanging out. Yeah, I went to art school. Um, 10 years ago, and I just was away from the fine arts for some time during the pandemic. Like I was doing a little bit here and there, but for the most part, I was away, and now I want to come back. So I'm still rusty. I still think I need to, you know, I need to get back into my groove. And I know I've been saying that for like since the start, but it is what it is, you know? Shakira's coming together. I watch reactions to all kinds of music and can't think of one specific genre from you. Maybe Empire of the Sun? Really? Jacob, have you been here before? Or is this your first time on the live streams? Because there was somebody else that kind of pops up every now and then, and they said the same thing, that they watched the Empire of the Sun reactions, which I haven't done in a long time. Because it's getting harder to monetize most of the reactions, so I'm more selective with what I choose to react to now. But I love Empire of the Sun. You agree, Doodles? We agree to disagree. You know what else would be fun to play? I mean, it's kind of hard to do it by myself, but Uno. What if there was a way to play Uno with people on here? 6 minutes to do laundry, to fold the laundry. Thank you. This is such a drastically different genre from what we were listening to earlier with the dubstep. But in all seriousness, drawing while streaming, it takes, man, even longer. It's like 5 times longer than what it would normally take me, at least for me, because I'm used to, or I'm like trying to get used to multitasking, so like paying attention, like really focusing, and then looking at chat. And on my left I have the point redeems, and on my right I have the notifications, and every now and then something comes up and stuff. So first live stream, but I have watched your videos a few times. Got it. I've only been doing lives for I think it's been 2 months now, but I've been on and off, not super consistent. I am leaving now. Have a good night. I'm sure your drawing will turn out great. I appreciate your kind words and thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a great rest of the night, a good weekend, and may the clouds be with you, Jacob. George, who are you talking to? YouTube chat? Oh yes. Yes, there's Yes, he was on YouTube. I don't. You could see it on my. Yeah, I have both chats here on the screen. But yeah, maybe it was weird since you couldn't see the his messages. Thank you, thank you. No, 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 thank you. You know, you know what this music reminds me of? Um, in Latin America, Cantinflas. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but absolute legend, this Chad. And this would have been music like soundtrack, music score to his movies from back then, like the 1940s. Cantinflas. Man, Cantinflas is one of those people that they're like once in a lifetime. Seriously, like so incredibly talented. His aura. We talk about people with aura nowadays. I think he's up there. Oh, I just noticed. Oops, no worries, doodles. It happens to the best of us. I'm taking a break from my glasses, so I didn't see it well. I have glasses as well. I never wear them though. I'm always wearing contacts. I don't know if no, maybe no. Maybe someday you will see me with glasses. Not today, because this is jazz night. Night of 50s melodies, jazz. Jazz. I don't know. I don't have the vocal fry for jazz. Um, yes. Yes, the nice melodies from the 50s. Music in a very pure form. At this point, I have just, you know, I've given up on trying to monetize the lives on YouTube because of the music. But I'm just hoping that I don't get like a copyright strike, or whatever I play on stream. Oh wow, what the heck? This is very okay. I see. See, this doesn't this music remind you of more proper times when there were ladies and gentlemen, right? There was class, elegancy. You could walk down the street, say, "Hello, neighbor. How do you do?" Right? And even language felt more refined. There was taste, there was romance, something in the air that made society what it was compared to now. Or is everyone just asleep? Am I the only one left? I know I'm not the only one. Conservative, sure. More traditional. I'm in this weird in between where, like, some things I guess I am conservative, but others I am progressive. Right? Does that make sense? It just depends on what we're dealing with here. When it comes to yeah, maybe like something like this class style, then I guess I am conservative because I think it was better back then. But when it comes to like technology, we should embrace, right, what we have now, and we have to get with the times, right? You can't stay behind, so you have to stay flexible and learn about the new things. And toast. Okay, I'm back. All right. Okay, okay. I was just talking about, society. I was probably going off into some type of tangent, as we have the Friday night jazz music. I believe everyone has a certain balance of both worlds. I'm slowly closing my eyes. Super chill. Oh, you're closing? Yeah, because it's kind of late for you, Artixia. So I don't know if this is actually helping or maybe making it worse. Because if you fall into a deep, sudden sleep, then we would lose you here on the stream. Even though for you, it is healthy to get some rest, to get in bed with the pillows, the covers, the sheets, and even the clouds, and let it take you away into some sort of nice, beautiful, relaxing dream. So I guess that's what I've become, huh? This is the stream where people go to sleep, to put on in the background. I'm a background streamer. No. I have become the very thing I swore to destroy. The soft voice with the music, George. I'll definitely fall asleep. Oh man. It's currently 1:15 a.m. in Brazil. You're 2 hours ahead, Toast? Doodles warned you. I tried to fight it. Artixia, no! I'm gonna put some heavy metal. You can't do this to me, Artixia. The one time out of the whole week that you're on stream and you decide to close your eyes? And this is even offensive. Be honored people fall asleep to your voice. Well, to the inactivity, more like. But yeah, I guess right now I have to be more kind of chill. I don't want to wake people up if they're kind of hanging out right now. So I'll try to keep my volume at a minimum. I did warn you. You did. LOL. See, I can't even be expressive with the LOL or the haha, haha. I have to, simmer down. Pop some balloons. Oh my god, never. Never. I don't know why that happened. I think actually they might have touched something from the microphone here, and that's why they popped. Because I don't think they were that big. And I don't think it was the Sharpie either. Dun 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 dun. Let's switch it up. Dun 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 dun. Tss, Dun 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 dun. Tequila. Dun 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 dun. Pop some balloons, that ought to do it for me. That would be disturbing for a lot of people. Actually, it wouldn't even work because the pop filter on here, whatever settings I have, you wouldn't hear it. It's only me that would suffer. I forgot to remind you, laundry. Thank you. I will fold it in a bit. I'm almost done with this stream, guys. Don't worry. I know we're all wanting to get on with our day, to maybe watch other content or even just go to bed. And it's gonna happen soon. It's gonna happen in a few minutes, so don't worry. I was gonna send you something privately, Artixia, but since you're falling asleep, maybe I will do it tomorrow. That kind of sounds... Oh, wait a minute. That kind of sounds suspicious. No, I just don't worry about it. You were kidding, but I thought for a second you were serious. Fold the laundry. Fold the laundry. Do it. Command. Well, the whole point of the fold the laundry alert was that I would end the stream and fold the laundry, because I'm not going to do it on stream. And so by you telling me fold the laundry, you are essentially saying, get out. Leave this holy land of Twitch. I've been fighting these eyes, looking at the clock to remind you. Oh no, don't fold it. Yes, guys, that's the thing. If I fold the laundry, the stream is over, and there's really no going back. Once the stream ends, it ends completely. So let's just be clear about that. And I'm gonna be back on Monday. I'm gonna lurk and prepare for bed. Are you... Come on, man. Was it the music? Was it the cool, calm, and collected ASMR? And don't fold the laundry. I mean, I have to fold the laundry at some point. I also have to make some sandwiches. That's gonna be my dinner. And I don't want to go to bed too late. I think I'm just gonna do the reactions tomorrow. You know, it's Friday night. I'll take it easy for the next couple of hours. I guess it does. Shakira does look better. I hope. I believe. No, it's midnight here. I have to go to bed soon. Tomorrow I have a family like lunch and thing tomorrow, so probably not. Most likely not, so it's gonna be Monday, I'm afraid. Paraguay is winning 1-0 against Turkey. Paraguay is historically a good team. I could see that score. They're still playing, huh? She does. Okay, I believe it. You could roll the laundry. See, I'm doing the cozy technique, but the opposite. The laundry is clean, but it's just sitting there on my bed instead of the couch. And so in order for me to go to bed, I have to fold the laundry before I do it. I'm a very organized man. It's not even that much laundry. It's gonna take me like less than 10 minutes to fold it. You know how we're gonna do this? We're gonna do it by time, because otherwise I stay here forever. At 11:25 p.m. exactly, I will go ahead and raid out, say goodbye, and end the stream. That way we all have peace of mind. You guys can get some rest, I can fold my laundry, I can eat some ham and cheese sandwiches, and we call it a week on a good note, on a nice, friendly, cozy note. No, it's really not in 2 minutes. I don't want to interfere with you guys' sleep. Or my own, for that matter. Yeah, I think, you know what? I think this drawing had some saving. I just had to overcome, get over the hump, and just kind of do my thing. I'll work on the background next time. I still think I need some time, so probably won't finish this next stream either, in 2 streams. And the countdown begins. 11:25. Well, you know what? Listen, guys. It's been a stream. It's okay, George. People here are here for ya. Don't worry. No, I'm ending it right now. But Artexia, I thank you dearly for those words of encouragement. But yeah, no, I have, you know, it's late. I want to eat, and I want to fold my laundry. So we will begin the raid process, which the first step would be to see who's streaming right now. Who are the contenders for the raid? It's actually the most important part of the raid itself. Not a lot of people. Interesting. Not a lot of people. Okay. But I know who we will raid. So let me do the command here. And also, just want to say, I think it's proper and polite to stay for the raid, even if you can only be for a few minutes. Just stop by, say hello, and take it from there. I almost did a shout out instead of a raid. Wait, actually, I'm still debating here. 2 very strong contenders. Oh my god. Oh jeez. Oh damn. Okay. Okay. And here we go. Oh, he was one of them. He was number 1. He was gonna be one of the... Thanks for the stream. This looks great. Can't wait for Shakira to see this. The Freakmeister one. Yeah, I was thinking of him. He does Yeah, I have tuned into him. One of the first people that I saw here on Twitch. I think he amazing at pet portraits. Yeah, next time I like to switch it up. I don't like to repeat if I can. So if next time he's on, we will go to the Freakmeister himself. But yeah, thank you guys so much, seriously, for hanging out, for stopping by, for all the laughs, the jokes, and the memories that we are creating along the way. Artixia, Doodles, Toast, everyone, have a great night, and may the clouds be with you. Did I raid? I wanted this to feel dramatic. Did I raid?